Alrighty, everyone. Welcome on back to Thursday night. There we go. All right. Welcome on back, everyone, to Thursday night CEDH. I'm your humble commentator, Sean. With me, not as always today, I'm alone, as Jeremy is covering someone. At the moment, our players are currently mulligan. We have Alex S. and SCK across from each other playing a nice little mirror match of Kinnan, Bonder, Prodigy. Jose J over here on Liberator, Urza's Battlethopter, and David G lastly on 777. And I think it looks like also 7. Looks like our players are ready, as they are. All right. Good luck to our players here. We got interesting little stuff, 2 meta decks, and then a couple of Fringer decks. I mean, Kefka has been showing up a good amount every single week. As we know, we have Derek the Machine, who generally runs a Kefka every week. Don't know if he's here today. I'd have to double-check our standings, double-check our player list. But we have 40 people tonight, everyone, 3 days before SHAMROck Showdown. Got a good amount of people tonight. We have 10 tables, 4 players each. This is a good number, actually. Really good number for a nice Swiss round. Got Manifold Key from Jose. Jose is obviously going to be an artifact list, a colorless artifact list. So Manifold Key is going to double up the mana. A lot of the artifacts, a lot of good artifacts are going to cost a lot because of that modability of being in any deck possible. The downside is to cost a lot. Mystic Remora out here onto the field immediately. Unfortunately, on turn 4, so not many triggers are going to be going on. Except maybe now. We got Sylvan Library trigger on Mystic Remora. Looks like I'm eating my words now as SCK is going to be drawing your cards. 7-turn Kale, the only one with a nickname on this table. 7-turn Kale, of course, won a Thursday night CEDH back at the old shop, our location you guys don't remember, from on Sunset above the Thai food restaurant. He won a tournament in a total number of 7 turns across 4 different games. He is 7-turn Kale. So it looks like Alex at least has some early card draw going on with Sylvan Library, trying to match the Mystic Remora. I assume he most likely top-decked it, as he would have gotten it out earlier with the Lotus Petal. Unfortunate. Jose is going to be playing a Vesuva, has a copy of Urza's Power Plant here. Tron lands, of course, are a staple in colorless decks, competitive colorless decks. Stuff like Ulalek, or I think, no, not Ulalek. That's 5 color. I'm forgetting what the other colorless Eldrazi CEDH deck is. If you guys remember in the chat, let me know. In the meantime, let's see, our David is going to be fetching here after playing his Urza Saga. Urza Saga is now on 2. It's going to be soon be getting either a Mana Vault or Soul Ring with that Urza Saga. I think most people would probably get Soul Ring. Back in the day, you would have been getting either Soul Ring or Mana Crypt with Urza Saga, but unfortunately the ban has stopped that. We'll miss our 0-drop artifacts, our Cheerios. Ooh, a Cursed Totem. I'm going to put up this card now. Cursed Totem here is a 2-mana artifact. Activate ability of creatures can't be activated. And then the flavor text is, sorry, Great One, but did I hear correctly? I'm to entrust this powerful artifact to our worst researchers. Felsdrim, Cabal Servant. Cabal, of course, being a pretty powerful villain faction on Dominaria. Very fun indeed. Well, we have SDK coming in as well, starting to draw a good amount of cards now with Cursed Totem and the Sylvan Library drawing 2 cards. So right now, this Mystic Remora has at least turned into something okay, drawing 2 cards for the price of 1 mana, but we have dumped another mana in here. SDK goes to end step and discards a card as he's going down to hand size here. Flash Photography is discarded. Very interesting. I mean, here we are. Let's put it up. Makes sense. 4 mana, very hard to get back. You cast this spell as though it had flash. If it targets a permanent you control, create a token that's a copy of that permanent. And then you can flash it back for 6 mana. So, makes sense to you. This is a card that you can actually do from graveyard, luckily. It does cost 6 mana, but Kinnan makes a lot of mana. So it makes sense on their end. Oh, I just realized, where's my music? There we are. There's my music, everyone. I am apologize for that. All right. Well, as we move through the turns, we got a Twitching Doll out here. Might as well catch up back in the game. Twitching Doll is a dork that adds a nest counter on it each time, and then over time, after a good amount of nest counters come on, you can sacrifice it to create a spider for each of those counters. So this can pretty easily get out of hand, especially with something like Freed from the Real and Kinnan out. You can tap that for infinite mana, as well as make infinite 2/2 spiders. Gross, but pretty effective. Very slow, though, as it is a 2-mana dork. Doesn't really do too much at the start. Jose just plays out a land, trying to accumulate as much mana as possible, and then David plays his land, as well as Urza Sagging for a mana vault. Got a Talisman of Indulgence coming on down, the Rakdos one. And Talisman of Creativity. SDK drawing a good amount of cards from this. Probably has drawn enough of what he wants. He'll be discarding down to hand size a lot come this next turn, unless he dumps his hand out. David passes turn. Then SDK goes to turn, untap, upkeep. We're gonna put another counter up to 2 on Mystic Grimoire now. SDK saying that Jose could easily feed this fish a lot more. I mean, makes sense. Jose is an artifact list. Not too many creatures. Playing a tropical island. Finally, at least getting our 3rd land drop here. Keeping things going. SDK is probably seen to have drawn into a lot more interaction than he initially had. But looks... Oh, we're going to play a Mirror Maid. We're going to copy the Sylvan Library. You may have Mirror Maid come in as a copy of any artifact or enchantment on the battlefield. So we have a Mirror Maid Sylvan Library. Go to move to discard, and we discard a. What do we get? Chord of Calling. Very interesting. Now, if that was a Rhythm of the Wild, or... Yep, Rhythm of the Wild. No, not Rhythm of the Wild. Nature's Rhythm, then it would have essentially a flashback feature on it. But no, this is just chord. Get out our Kinnan on Alex. Unfortunately, Alex only takes one. We don't draw our 2 more cards here. We're going to sack our Lotus Petal for 2 mana and then play out... Ooh, Selvala. Now, Selvala says whenever another creature, its controller may draw a card if its power is greater than each other creature's power, and then for 1 green and tap, add X mana of any combination of colors where X is the greatest power among creatures you control. So people can start to play a little bit of an interesting draw game here by just playing out their big boss monsters. If they remember the first text of Selvala. Unfortunately, it is a May, so it can be a missed trigger. That is an opposition agent. Pass priority on opposition on STK, so we're going to be taking control of people's turns during their while they search their library and then stealing cards that they find. Exiling it. Can cast it with mana as though it's any color. Alex S. kind of thinking right now. Does he want this? Now, I will say it is a 3/2. And I believe that's the biggest creature out here on the field. Kinnan is only a 2/2. So he could have drawn a card here with Opposition Agent. Especially with Selvala being also just a 2/3. We only have 2 power out here on the board, and then Twitching Doll is only, I believe, a 1/1. Spots to Op Agent. Loading a colorless. We're gonna sack it. Urza's Cave here. Now David's just taking a look through the deck here. Oh, the Vesuva was Urza Saga, that's right. We're gonna get a 1 or 0 drop artifact. Candelabra would be really good. Worker CMC, it said 3. It's actually, I believe, 2. It is 3. Never mind. Sorry, 1/2. That's what it is. 3 mana, 1/2. He's not really looking for anything specific, but there's a lot of options, a lot of toolbox options in Jose's deck here. I can easily shut down the entire table with stuff like Grafstigger's Cage, effects at least. Disrupting Flute, I see. Looking for a good 1-drop. Currently talking about, like, what's the best value priest to get here? Top or Soul Ring? Dang, I'm telling you, just don't tap top. Alright, if you grab top, don't tap top. Alright, so he has the top. It's exiled by Op Agent. We'll put it right in between the playmats here. Alright, we're gonna tap for 5 here. Play out. Ooh, Ultima. Ultima, Origin of Oblivion. Whenever Ultima attacks, it's a flying 4/4. Whenever it attacks, put a blight counter on target land. For as long as the land has a blight counter on it, it loses all land types and has the ability tapped to add a colorless. Whenever you tap a land for colorless, add an additional colorless. Now his lands tap for an additional colorless here. So that City of Traders and those Urza's lands are going to be tapping for a great amount of mana. That is the strength of colorless here, is it does make a good amount of mana. All of these artifacts that people run, all of the rocks, go into this deck pretty easily here. Does have to be careful with some of them though, because they do provide a colored mana. Jose goes to turn, or sorry, David goes to turn. Jose passes the turn and play out land here. I believe we'll be able to cast Kefka. It's 5 mana. There's our land. Underground Sea, or no, that's Underground River, not Underground Sea. I saw Underground on it. And I smell a Kefka. They're doing some fun little hand disruption. Cast spin top, they say. They ask. I don't think Jose also didn't draw a card from the Selvala. Guys. I'm gonna cast top. Gonna pass priority. Top is on the field. David passes the turn. Back to STK. Untap, upkeep, go to draw. We're going to take all 8 damage. Going down to 32. 3 mana, we're going to cast out Cabbage Man. Cabbage Merchant. Cabbage Merchant is a 3 mana 2/2. Whenever an opponent casts a non-creature spell, create a food token. Whenever a creature deals damage, combat damage to you, sacrifice a food token, and then tap 2 foods to make a mana. Waterlogged Grove gets discarded. Down to hand size, we move over to Alex. Just trying to make some mana here. We're just trying to make as much mana as possible in order to do their funny little things. SDK still doesn't have Kinnan out quite yet because he didn't have any sort of mana dorks or non-land mana sources. Not quite yet. We have a Bloom Tender. Vivid. For each color among permanents you control, add 1 mana of that color. Be able to add 2 mana because of that Kinnan being blue. And we discard a what looks to be an Arcane Laboratory. Jose goes to turn. They can now make a good amount of mana with Ultima being out. Can also deny players their mana by blighting their lands. Making it so that way SDK can't sack that treasure vault or activate that Mistrange Village. Alex has a bunch of basics out, which they only produce 1 colorless, but has a good amount of creatures to produce his colors as well, so that's alright. David's got a good amount of rocks, but they do deal damage in order to make a color, so he can easily shut down one of the colors and cause him to lose a good amount of life here from just tapping for mana. We're going to play a Talon Gates of Magdara. Very, very interesting utility land here. Magdara, ETB, face out 1 target creature. 2 triggers, though, because of City also is going to be sacked because he played a land for turn. Passing priority on the triggers. Apparently they're thinking about the Talon here. He wants to be, he's going to be trying to get the op agent out. That way he can search with Urza's Cave. We're going to be caving right now. We get an Urza land here. Currently, David says if he doesn't stop it, willing to not attack David here. David said you're wasting it. Alright. Op agent's going to be disappearing now. People might have a little bit more ways to tutor. Both of them have some mana up. Maybe we can see a mystical or worldly tutor coming on out from SDK and Alex. With Cannon, we're going to sack the City of Brass to its trigger. And we're going to activate Cave here. Sack it, search your deck for a land card and put it on the battlefield. Tapped. Now this caving. 3 mana, tap sack it, search for a land card. Jose might be getting an Urza or Mishra's Workshop here. That would be kind of funny. Most likely not, though. Just get out of land here. Then he probably has to attack someone with Ultima. Put in a Blight trigger on the sack. Put in a Tropical Island. Everyone suggests the Mistrise Village. Or Treasure Vault. That's what says that. So says STK. These two are way more important than the Trop. Jose's asking if everyone plays counter. Looks like we're turning off the Mishra or the Mistrise Village in order that way make sure that STK stealth is counterable. Going to damage 4, flying. STK takes it. Mirage Mirror comes on down. Okay, 2 mana, becomes a copy of target artifact, creature, or enchantment. Or enchantment or land until end of turn. This can easily leech off of the Kinnons in order to make have Mirage Mirror become like a Kinnon, or if we get another copy of it with like copy artifact or Sculpting Steel. We can easily get 2 Mirage Mirrors and then start doing the funny little Kinnon combo with Basalt Monolith if Jose has that here. Probably should, because he probably has Basalt Monolith and the colorless mana increaser, I guess. Getting its name. So this can easily combo out with our opponent's Kinnons in order to get out a bunch of fun little creatures, big old creatures, Eldrazi's perhaps. David plays out a Mox Opal. One, two, three. Tapping 2 more. We're going to play out Kefka. Court Mage. Whenever Kefka enters or attacks, each opponent discards each player, sorry, discards a card. You may draw cards equal to the card types discarded this way. Each card type here. So ETB trigger. Start seeing some discards going on. Jose wants to see how that's exactly worded. Jose's an old school Magic player here. He comes in quite often. Plays a good amount of Magic in this shop. Hasn't played too much of the CEDH, but now that he can, now that he has the schedule for it, he's starting to come in a lot more often. Glad to see him here. Like I said, he's a regular. Comes in ever so often, picks up some high-end cards, and dips out. Everyone's choosing what they want to discard. If we have no interaction, unfortunately, or nothing to stop it, or nothing we want to cast before discarding some cards. You know what we want to discard? We got an Eldrazi, an instant, and an instant. 2 cards. Jose shuffles away first because of Eldrazi, because of Kozilek. Oops. Butcher of Truth. When Butcher of Truth is put into a graveyard from anywhere, its owner shuffles their graveyard into their library. Good to draw. Oh, it looks like one of them was a sorcery. Versus the swine is what it was. Yep. David goes to end step. The Kefka out and an opposition agent. Sylvan Library trigger and look at top 3. Which one we want to put into our hand, ST? Keep it on top here real quick while we take a look through our hand. Take 8, going down to 20. Life is just a resource after all. Got some good combo potential, hopefully. At some point. Play a Shifting Woodlands as our land for turn. Comes in untapped, luckily, because of that trop. Tap colorless land for Mana Vault. Now we're going to get Kinnan out. Yep, play out Kinnan now. Because of that Mana Vault, we can tap for 4. SK also wants to use this colorless green. Shifting Woodlands can become a problem as essentially a combo piece in the yard. And Jose can easily shut it down with Ultima. And SDK goes to end step. 7 cards in hand. No need to discard. No more. Rapid hybridization, the Ultima. Destroy it, make a Frizzard. But we Flusterstorm. Right now, we do not. We have a response. Or is it against the off agent? He didn't say. Or at least he didn't. The microphone didn't pick up. Be against the op agent. Makes sense. Op agent probably is making. But also, Ultima is doubling up Jose's mana a little bit. Yep, Planar Nexus is what Jose got, so that way that Urza's Power Plant is online. That's for 2 mana. Trigger on the Cabbage Merchant. We're going to make another food here. How are we stopping this? Jose doesn't. Puts down cards. David does have a response here. It looks... Ooh, Essence Flux. Target's going to be Kefka. Essence Flux is going to exile. And then return target creature. Exile target creature control, then return to the battlefield under its owner's control. If it's a spirit, put a counter on it. Kefka's not a spirit, but what we're going to get is another ETB here. We want as much value from this Kefka as possible here before going into our turn. Since Fox is going to be getting a good amount of card draw, hopefully, here. Either way, the Oppo says it's going to die, so this Rapid Hybridization is hitting Opposition Agent. SDK pass priority. Alex and Jose, Essence Flux Resolve. We're going to bounce the Kefka trigger. Put our cards face down here. We're going to flip them simultaneously. And we chose that card. Creature, creature, creature. Artifacts. Creature instant. Ooh. Creature, artifact, instant. We're going to draw 3. Rapid's back on the stack. There's a positive priority. Rapid Hybridization is going to make that thing into a 3/3 Frizzard, Frog Lizard. Looks like STK's hopefully has the card here for it. There we go. Green Frog. All right. STK passes the turn over to Alex. Sylvan Library trigger. Let's take a look. We're going to take all 8. Play out of forest. Knocks it down to 16. Can easily start racking up some damage with this Ultima. Ultima essentially minuses 1 card being available to be taken with Sylvan Library here. Sylvan Library has drawn Alex, I believe. 6 cards. Yep. Has drawn Alex, 6 additional cards every turn here. With since it's been out. We're going to Psych Rift the Curse Totem. That way we can start tapping our creatures for mana. Fortunately, Jose doesn't have too much interaction right now. You know what? Alex obviously wants this to have all of his dorks tap for the mana that they need to do. That way he can start going off truly. Activate Mirage Mirror. It is now a copy of Curse Totem for the turn. Ooh. Alex says he wants to activate Kinnan once. Last time that happened, Seedborn Muse happened. Gotta be careful. Seedborn Muse could really screw people over, especially with this being only until end of turn. So it'll revert back to a Mirage Mirror, but it's very, very much harder to get off if it's during other people's turns. To be fair, Alex can still activate it before at the start of Jose's turn. Before he activates it once again. Jose's just not going to do it. Instead, keeping the Mirage Mirror to copy something else, hopefully. Jose passes. David has to maybe protect. David passes. STK passes. Psych Rift. It's going to happen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana. Yep, 9 mana available right now. Alex has a good amount of mana available now, for at least just for this turn. Or this turn cycle, until he gets back to David's turn. Play a Curse Tunnel once again. Trying to jam out something at least. Political words being flung around through on the table here. Right now, David's just trying to make deals. Alright, let us spin Kinnan. Right now, Alex is just trying to get some value going on the field. Kind of trying to get a better engine, as he has a lot of mana, but not a lot of card draw. It's his main issue, especially with the Sylvan Library. constantly pinging them down, a lot of people are going to be swinging all of their flyers over at Alex. We have a Gaia's Cradle technically on out with Circle of Dreams Druid. Circle of Dreams Druid tasks for a green for each creature control, triple green 2/1. We're going to cast our commanders. We Mirage Mirror at the end step. Make it a Manifold. Just a moment. We cast out Liberator. We're going to use the other two, and we're going to cast out Agatha's Soul Cauldron. Liberator enables flash speed on artifacts and colorless spells. You can spend mana as though it were mana of any color to activate abilities of creatures you control. Creatures you control with counters on them have all activated abilities of all creature cards exiled with Agatha's, and then tap it to exile a card from a graveyard. If it was a creature, put a counter onto target creature you control. So this is going to slowly start to buff up our creatures. At the same time, it will... 4, 5. Let's see. Currently our construct is going to be a 5/5, as well as we're going to start putting counters onto probably Ultima here in order to have a nice big beefy 5/5 swinger coming in all the time. As priority, looks like Agatha's Soul Cauldron is good as we go to turn. Right now, that, like I said, that construct is a 5/5 here. Liberator also is getting another counter because they're casting a artifact. All right, back to Jose's turn. Okay, let's start moving to combat here. I think the Mirage Mirror is a copy of Kefka in order to start drawing up some cool cards. Like I said, colorless decks are a big leech deck. The idea of a leech deck being that you are preying on the 3 other opponents here to get some of your game plan going as well. A lot of times that includes stuff like interaction, baiting interaction from your opponents. That way you don't have to spend yours, your little interaction that there is, as well as using your opponent's board against them. Ultima in the air over at David. Liberator. Nope. Kefka is going to come in at... Two attack triggers here. Why is Construct a 6/6? Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. There we go. All right, that construct is Rajmir is no longer an artifact, therefore that and also Ultima is also just a legendary creature, not a artifact. So be careful with that. Especially when Rajmir becomes a copy, it loses its becoming an artifact. So that construct is a 4/4. Still bigger than most of the creatures out here on the field. Therefore, I believe Kefka is a 4/5. Yep. Players currently are wanting to interact, but at the moment they're just going to choose the card to discard to Kefka. All right, picked out our card. Currently, David's flashing SDK the card to discard, so we're not going to discard that. He says, so wait on it. All right, put out our cards. We're going to flip on over. I see instant, creature, enchantment, and an artifact. That's going to be 4 cards maximum right there on Jose. We love card draw in colorless. Oh, I took so much damage. There we are. Calculate up the damage. Jose's still at a comfortable 40. No one's been able to swing at him, or he hasn't paid much life. The One Ring gets cast. We tap up our lands here. Loading a colorless. We're on Cabbage Man, the Cabbage Merchant. We got 4 wonderful foods now. I can tap them for, I believe, a couple mana each. I forget how Kinnan says, whenever you tap a non-land permanent for mana, add 1 mana of any type that permanent produced. Unfortunately, that's not going to work for the Cabbage Merchant. I'm going to have to look up that ruling. First Totem gets cast once again. We're going to try to force or Fierce Guardianship, the Cursed Totem. Jose, unfortunately, gets out. So unfortunately, Kinnan doesn't work with Cabbage Merchant. SDK goes to turn. Up 4. Four tapped, 1 untapped. Snapback. Snapback's 2 mana. Return target creature to its owner's hand. We are going to snap back to Kefka here. Very interesting that we do that, because he's just going to recast it anyways. On his turn. Second combat here, or sorry, second main phase. Do the thing he's going to do, except he has to spend mana here. We're going to draw up the... draw a card with our wonderful top that we stole from Jose. And then now we're going to probably cast Kefka. Ooh, Hexing Squelcher instead. We want to make things uncounterable. Hexing Squelcher, the spell can't be countered. Spells you control can't be countered. Ward, pay 2 life, and other creatures have ward, pay 2 life. Oh, can easily protect our guy here. Punish him. And gambling. So we're going to search our library for a card, then discard a card at random. Probably going to be searching for maybe some more card draw, some more mana here in order to get Kefka out. Perhaps a way to repeat Kefka's ability multiple times. David's going to read Agatha's. David might be wanting to reanimate something in the graveyard, an opposition agent perhaps, but Jose has something for graveyards. Alright, we searched our deck for a card, and we're going to start shuffling our hand up. Discard a card at random. 20 minutes left on the clock here. No clear winner has been seen quite yet. Eight. Roll a d8 here. 2 we're going to discard. Kefka is going to go into the command zone. Pretty good discard right there. Put out a luxury suite here. Rakdos land. I don't know, the closest right now is probably STK, as he has a good amount of mana, as well as Kinnan out on the board. As well as Treasure Vault in order to start making infinite mana and then dump it for infinite multicolored mana. Unless Treasure Vault has turned into a thing. Thoracle! Uh-oh. Oh, that's why he got hexing. STK goes passes. Alex passes. Jose's passes. ETB. Hold priority. Demonic Consultation. Is there any way to get rid of the Hexing Squelter? They all say. Hexing Squelter. Alex's... Doesn't seem like he has anything. SCK can answer that. It's flashing a Flusterstorm is what I saw. Four, 5, 6. He can activate Kinnan. Trigger, we're going to get another counter here. 4 untapped. There we go. So we can activate Kinnan as well as have a nice mana up for Fluster here. So 1, 4, 5, 6, 7. We tap. And we're going to activate Kinnan, taking a look at the top 5. Kinnan activation's good. We flip over. Do we get the perfect answer for it, ST? Come on, Kale. We got an Elvish Mystic. Unfortunate, we just get a dork. My skate has nothing. Jose. Alright. Naming Adnaz. He does not have Adnaz in the deck. Flips it over. The Oracle back on the stack. ETB trigger. We make him draw. All right, David gets game 1. And all the fist bumps around. Good job to David G for winning round 1 of Thursday Night CEDH. Again, welcome on in. Welcome on back, everyone, for Thursday night. We are 3 days away from Shamrock Showdown. I'm going to be alone today, but Jeremy's going to be coming back for tomorrow. But for now, check out our website, natural20gaming.com. Check out our Discord, !socials, and you can join up our Discord as well as come into and see our socials. So follow us everywhere you want. It's scrolling across the bottom of your screen right now. Natural20LV on most platforms. So start looking it up. Instagram's kind of banging. Got a good piece of content out on there. Also, you can take a look and go into our YouTube as we are streaming live on YouTube and Kick at the same time as Twitch. So, thank you guys so much. We'll be right back for round 2 as we get things set up. Stay tuned and get comfy. Alrighty, everyone. Welcome back to round two of Thursday Night CEDH. Welcome on back. Welcome on back. Let's reset the timer here. It's got a minute 20 on the clock as our players, their opponents are currently going to be shuffling on up. Once again, we're going to go in reverse order here. Player 4, Jose J, back in our table with Liberator, Urza's Battlethopter. Colorless fun stuff. We saw it do some funny things last game, so we'll see hopefully some more happen this game. Player number 3, seat number 3, Bad Guy Cody on Brago King Eternal. We've been seeing him with this deck quite some time. He's no longer on Crimes. He's on the Knights. We got Joshua W on Tivit, Teller of Secrets, some Esper fun stuff. Hopefully trying to turbo out Tivit as fast as we can and taking infinite turns with Time's Eve. And lastly, we got James B. Mulligan, the big man. He's the one that, the last pod, he was the one holding us up. Going into round 2, just kidding. As he was fighting for his life, trying to get the win. And we'll see how this goes this time. Joshua has gone down to 7. Choosing the table number. I see. I have a little seat numbers that we drew out to signify where the seats are. Again, welcome on back, everyone. This is Natural 20, a local game store in Las Vegas, Nevada, located off of Sunset and Green Valley. So feel free to come on down and buy some cards. We also have a website, natural20gaming.com. So check that out. Buy some cards. We ship to the continental United States. So if you live somewhere up over in the east, we can ship over to you. If you see a card that you like on stream, try to see if we got it. Shop local. You know, that's what I always think. Shop local before you shop online. If you guys want to support us in other ways as well, we do have a bunch of other social medias. Just a follow, just a quick little like every here and then on our posts could help us out greatly. And lastly, we have Natural 21 Game Lounge right next door to our location. It's a wonderful little bar restaurant. Great atmosphere and amazing table space, not only to eat, drink at, but also just to play some games. All right, Jose looks like has gone to 6. Yep, gone to 6. Cody has kept as well, another 6. As per usual, the last to finish up mulligans is James B. Mulligan. If you guys don't remember, the goal of most of these players at the end of every Thursday night is to get a wonderful nickname eternally tied to their identity in the store. Looks like James has gone down to 5, and we are all set. Right? So our players start going. Draw for turn. James Mulligan, of course, going first here. Let's see how this goes. Remember, we're playing Roger Silas Turbo. Trying to go as fast as we can. We start out with just a Soul Ring. Pretty darn fast. Oh, we're good with Soul Ring, and we're going to get a Talisman of Dominance. And we get Roger out as well. Joshua saying Mind Break Trap. Joshua goes to turn. We play a land and pass. Play out just a Triome. Playing a Cavern on Human and casting an uncounterable Esper Sentinel. Esper Sentinel is a 1-mana 1/1. Whenever an opponent casts for their first non-creature spell each turn, draw a card unless that player pays X, where X is Sentinel's power. Just a little bit of another Rhystic Mystic type effect, but in white. White really needs that card draw. Mystic Tutor for a Wheel of Fortune. Going into Jose's turn. Urza Saga. Saw this exact same start into a Sensei's Top this time. Get some card draw once again. Sensei's Top, 1-mana artifact. 1 mana, look top 3 cards of your library, put them back in any order. And then tap it to draw a card, then put Sensei's Divining Top on top of its owner's library. Wheel of Fortune, Esper Sentinel trigger. Cody's going to draw a card. Let's see if we're going to be discarding and drawing 7 cards. Wheel of Fortune is not too bad. As much as we like to joke, you don't really wheel and pass. You shouldn't really wheel and pass. Ooh, we got a Force of Negation. Force of Negation, counter non-creature spell. Early game, it's pretty alright to wheel and then pass because not many people have the mana or resources up to be able to combo, and you could get a good Force Mulligan on there. One of my favorite plays has always been turn 1 Winds of Change, which is basically a wheel for 1 mana. It's a sorcery, 1 mana. Each player shuffles their hand into their library and draws that many cards. So it forces a mull. Balance, counterbalance. Now we got some wonderful. Oh! Take my money, Zach. Of course. Thank you, Alexander. Counterbalances the field. So we got some control over with Joshua. Don't forget to subscribe. Just like Alexander resubscribed just now. Judge Alexander, of course, being the judge of the shop every single week, every single day. As well as if you go and join our Discord, he can judge for you. As you do, if you do have judge questions, you can, of course, ask in our Discord. We're going to discard down to hand size and pass over to Jose. But if you guys have a Prime sub, you know, might as well just use it because, come on, like where else are you going to use it? Might as well just use it on your favorite LGS, on your favorite weekly. Planar Nexus. This is really important for this deck, as this is every non-basic land type Planar Nexus is. So this includes Cave, Deserts, Gates, Layers, Locust, Mine, Power Plant, Sphere, Tower, and Urzas. So this is an Urza's everything. We got a Time Twister. We're wheeling once again. At least attempt to. We're going to each shuffle our hand and graveyard into the library, then draw 7 cards. All right. You're going to start shuffling. Time Twister is going to then go into a graveyard. The old way of saying this is always really funny to me. Set Time Twister aside in a new graveyard pile, then shuffle your hand, library, and graveyard together into a new library, and draw a new hand of 7 cards. It's all of your old hand of 7, I guess, is your old hand just doesn't suffice. Time Thief was apparently in the hand for Joshua.
I know it sounds silly, dear, but do it for me, please.
But we wheel here in order just to get a little bit more going. Draw another 7. Everyone goes for. Jose probably really likes this. Maybe he could get an Urza's Land in order to get a lot more mana through that planar Nexus. Play out a Grafsticker's Cage on top, but we play out a Paradise Mantle. Paradise Mantle is a 0 mana equipment. Equip for 1 mana to make it that way. Creature can tap for 1 mana of any color. We're going to equip it. Four mana. Cast out Silas. Uh-oh. Silas is the do-nothing commander. It is a 3 mana 2/2 with Death Touch. Though, if it deals combat damage to a player, you could choose an artifact in your graveyard, and you may cast that card this turn. But, more importantly, it's blue and black for the rock side players. So right now, he's put up a death-touching blocker and a 2/2 attacker in order to hopefully get something going, but as well as another creature to sacrifice for value. Grafdigger's Cage, we saw that on top of the library of Joshua's deck. Now it is back on out. Is a 1 mana artifact. Creature cards in graveyards and libraries can't enter the battlefield, and then players can't cast spells from graveyards or libraries. We're going to fetch. Grab up a Tundra. We're going to cast Rhystic Study. Rhystic, of course, the boogeyman of CEDH. A lot of people hope that this got banned in this last ban update. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, you may draw a card unless that player pays 1. So this is pseudo Thorn of the Amethyst, or there's a good little cast draw engine here. Either a tax effect or a draw engine, doing double duty. Commandeer. Gain control of target non-creature spell. You may choose new targets for it. We're going to gain control of that Vamp Tutor. We're going to also exile 2 blue cards from our hand, which is a... Oh. Anyways, just exiled a Psych Rift and a Teferi. James is asking what he's getting. Like right now, Josh is trying to respond to it, to Vampire Tutor, and counter the Rhystic Study. James is currently asking to... I talked about Force of Negation. Ooh, we're gonna Daze the Commandeer. Daze is return an island you control rather than pay its mana cost, and then counter target spell unless they pay 1. Joshua's worried about the Ragavan from James. So this is with the counter. So this is all with Ristic Study on the stack, counterbalance triggers, and Joshua's is currently Vamp tutoring. They tried to fight for it, but in the end, Joshua is just going to continue Vamp tutoring now. And they're asking to make sure Josh doesn't get his own Ristic Study in response in order to stop this, because then they're just going to have to fight another Ristic Study. James, Jose, and Cody will all fight that Ristic Study. Oh, there we go. That's a pretty good one. It's a good 3-drop right there. Tezzeret, Cruel Captain, 3-drop. Planeswalker. Whenever an artifact enters, put a loyalty counter. 0, or whenever an artifact enters under your control, put a loyalty counter. For 0, untap an artifact or creature. If it's an artifact creature, put a counter on it. -3, search your library for an artifact with mana value 1 or less. Put it in your hand, then shuffle. And then -7, you get an emblem at the beginning of combat on your turn. Put 3 counters onto target artifact you control. If it's not a creature, it becomes a 0/0. What matters is that this is an artifact tutor. This is a rock tutor pretty much. 0s and 1s are generally the rock numbers. For the Moxen, Mana Vaults, as well as Soul Ring. And then the 0 is a good way of getting some extra value from your from those mana rocks. The -7 doesn't matter. we never will see this -7 ever be activated until like the last I don't know. Like until we need the 3/3 or 3 more power on something in order to swing. Well, Ristic does get counter. Ugh. Jose's gonna activate top here. Draw and then trigger our Saga. Like we're just gonna float the mana here. Makes sense. We don't have any other mana up, unfortunately. They're searching for a 0 1-drop. One more mana, or do we want a little bit of a silver bullet? We can always get another Graph Digger's Cage. Some type of stacks piece. Yep, we're just going to get the Soul Ring. We all know what Soul Ring does. 1 mana taps for 2. One of the only artifacts that is able to go... One of the only few artifacts that are able to go mana positive. Other than the Moxen. The legal Moxen. And Mana Vault. Ooh, we are going to play a tower. The best one out of the 3. Got an Urza's Tower. One mana. If you have an Urza's Power Plant and an Urza's Mine, taps for 3 mana, and that Planar Nexus is both of those. Maybe we want to keep some mana up here in order to be able to Liberator on the end step of Cody's turn. This Liberator can do that. Jose looks like... 6 mana available. Jose can do a good amount. A lot of powerful artifacts are at 6 mana. Looks like we might be using 5 mana. Maybe we get our Ultima. We're in our top here. We're going to spin top with our colorless floating. And Jose just passes the turn. James is going to go. Yep, is a 3-drop on top. Everyone remembered. Jose said he was about to walk on into it. James can easily win here, maybe, if we see something quite funny. Two colorless. Play out a mana vault with a colorless floating. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Alex. You guys don't remember. Shamrock's going to be coming up this Sunday. 3 days. You guys see the title, right? Three days until Shamrock Showdown 2. Biggest tournament. We got some special guests, comedian coming in, as well as it's a good 7K. So we're going to be seeing some really fun, high-end gameplay for our players. It's going to be quite big. I believe we have a lot of slots available still. It's 128. So while they're limited, might as well sign up. Get things ready. If you guys are from around the Las Vegas area, or if you guys can maybe take a quick day trip over to Las Vegas, coming from Arizona or California, do it. Might as well. It's a great place. Amazing little spot to visit. And then you can play some fun Magic on the side on Sunday. If you're not planning on playing, you can also come tune in and watch it. We're going to be starting at 9 a.m., going all the way until the tournament ends. So we better see you either here or on my viewer list. So come on by and come on watch. Big old 7K. So fun. We'll be seeing a lot of these players here as they've been tuning up their decks, practicing over the course of the weeks coming into Shamrock. We have custom everything going on, so you're going to see fun little overlay, as well as playmats can be available after the event for sale. Top 16 gets it free. Tezzeret, Cruel Captain. Oh, you know it. Spirit Sentinels is going to draw. -3. Let's get our 0 drop. Or 1 drop. Joshua is going to get a Soul Ring. Going to play it and put a counter onto Tezzeret. One of the best effects to have come out of that set. Edge of Eternities. A lot of really good cards. Obviously, Ice Steel Explorer is one of the big ones. Edge of Eternities. Oh, man. There's a lot of really good cards in Edge. Let's see. Starfield Vocalist. That was an amazing card. We also have, of course, Ouroboros Standard. Exalted Sunborn. Quantum Riddler. We got the reprints of our... We just flashed a card. As well as this colorless deck. Jose's colorless deck's probably got a good amount of stuff. The Endstone. Cast spells, draw cards. We also got some cool, the planets. We got Brago. I don't know, Brago. Whenever Brago deals combat damage to a player, exile any number of non-land permanent. Then return them to the battlefield under its owner's control. So we blink up a bunch of our cards. But right now, Cody doesn't have any sort of value going out. But we got Liberator out. Urza's Battlethopter. Flash Flying. Whenever you can cast colorless spells and artifact spells, so they have flash. Whenever you cast a spell, the amount of mana spent to cast it is greater than Liberator's power. Put a counter on Liberator. Then we got the Sword of Forge and Frontier. 3 mana. Equip it. So let's get protection from red and green. And then whenever an equipped creature deals combat damage to your player, exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play those cards, and then you may play an additional land. Judging. I'm gonna grab a Judge. Alrighty, so with the mistrigger of Urza's Battlethopter on Frontier, Sword of Forge and Frontier, bad guy Cody being a bad guy, and Joshua both decline the mistrigger, and Liberator does not get a counter onto it. As we flip over, Mask of Memory and Inspiring Vantage. Play a second land, Urza's Workshop. Pretty darn good. It's going to tap Metalcraft, tap for 1 colorless for each Urza's land you control, which right now is 2. You also have a Deserted Temple. Untaps a land for 1 colorless. Inspiring Vantage. Or no. Firing Statuary. There we are. Inspiring Statuary. Non-artifact spells you cast have Improvise. So all of our non-artifacts, such as our creatures, our colorless creatures, of course, are going to have Improvise. Same with our instants and sorceries. We probably have Scour from the Distance and other such spells that can easily use the additional stuff. We're in a Mask of Memory. Mask of Memories, 2 mana. Whenever an equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, you may draw 2 cards. If you do, discard a card. James Mulligan, untapped, upkeep, draw. Fortunately, Jose has missed his triggers once again on these casted spells. Or no, never mind. His power is 3, so these are both less than. Whoops. Currently a 3/4 flyer. A Soul Ring. And 2. Have a colorless floating. We're going to cast Mnemonic Betrayal. Or Neembat, as most players call it, because they don't know how to do Mnemonic. Mnemonic Betrayal is a 3-mana sorcery. Exile all cards from all opponents' graveyards. You may cast those cards this turn. You may spend mana as other mana of any color. And at the beginning of the next end step, if any of those cards remain in exile, return them to their owner's graveyards and then exile Mnemonic Betrayal. Right now, the only real thing to cast is the Vampiric Tutor. Ooh, Kozilek's Confluence. Kozilek's Command, sorry. Choose 2. Exile target creature. Exile up to X target cards from your graveyards. We're going to improvise on a colorless spell. Two colorless. And 3. Okay, 4. X is 4. We're going to exile up to 4 cards from graveyards. And then Jose is going to scry 4 and draw a card. We're going to exile Vamp Tutor, Rhystic Study, and Commandeer. And then Time Twister. There we go. Daze, Twister, Vamp Tutor, Rhystic Study, Daze, and Time Twister. And then Jose.
You better wait here. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Even 10 minutes is a long time to be away from you.
Yes, % triggers. We're going to resolve, scry 4, and draw a card. So he's going to look at top 4, put any number on top or bottom, and draw a card. Joshua is pointing that Kozilek's command is going to be stolen by the Mnemonic Betrayal. Doesn't matter too much. James doesn't have too much of a use for it. Maybe to use it as a pseudo ritual to create a whole bunch of O1s for colorless, or just draw a card. Alright, Mnemonic Betrayal back on the stack. Sweetest resolved. Josh pass, Cody's pass, Jose passes. Commandeer and Kozilek's commands are the only spells that he can use. All right, grabbing a judge. All right, they need another judge go. Try for a draw, and then he fumbled the deck here.
You better wait here. I'll be back in
Scry 4 is on the bottom. Goes to bottom. Or to shuffle. Counterbalancing Grafdigger's Cage on the battlefield, but luckily these are from exile. Grafdigger's Cage only stops graveyards and libraries, specifically. All right, we're gonna 5 minutes added on. Oop, whoops. The 352. And there we are. Has red and green protection. We're going to exile with Kozilek's command. So it looks like James is actually going to be casting this Kozilek's command here in order to just get a little value. X equals 3. And then James is going to scry 3. Monarch Betrayal puts it back into graveyards after its resolve. I'm going to scry 3, draw a card first, though. Luckily, Jose stopped this Mnemonic Drill becoming a big problem for the table. Way out of Mystic Remora. Mystic Remora, of course, from the Avatar as well. Very pretty. Swinging 2 Death Touch at Tezzeret. Makes sense. We want to get rid of this Planeswalker. That gets in a lot of... We're going to make a Construct before blocks. Then block with the Construct. It has Death Touch, so the Construct is going to die. The 4/4, so they do trade, and then passes back over to Josh. Tezzeret is still at 2. Missing the Tezzeret trigger, the opponents deny it because Cody will say no to everything. And Joshua said no to the Jose thing, so 6 mana available. 7, sorry. Activate Urza's and then make another Construct here. Currently it's a 3/3, 4/4, sorry. Counts itself. Grabbing up the Mana Vault. Put another counter onto it. Versus now at 4, so we can -3 once again and not have to sack it. Or we can always +1 once again and have this Mana Vault untap for a good amount of mana, tapping it essentially for 5. Play out our land for turn. -3. We're going to Tezzeret here. only we had an op agent. Grab up a Esper Sentinel. Grab for it and put it out. That Esper Sentinel. As it happens. Manifold Tivit. You guys don't know what Tivit does. It is a flying ward 3/6/6 with whenever it enters or deals combat damage to a player starting with you, each player votes for evidence or bribery. For each evidence, investigate. For each bribery, make a treasure. While voting, you may vote an additional time. We're going to make 2 treasures and 3 clues, as no matter what, your opponents will always choose evidence, because we don't want to give too much mana. This is a way that we're going to probably be seeing the start of the end, as all those artifacts need to being, as well as going to make Urza go up to 7. Get another -3 come next turn, as Josh is passing turn with Tivit out on the field. We do need another extra turn. Something like Time Seed would be great in order to start going off and go infinite with Tivit. Tivit needs a 4-player pod in order to really go off and win the game. If one of our opponents gets stopped here and is knocked out, then unfortunately, Time Sieve combo doesn't work. So Josh, there is a little bit of a play here to stop a player from getting knocked out. Ooh, Phyrexian Metamorph. In Metamorph, 4 mana, 0/0. We're going to flip over a Grand Arbiter. Grand Arbiter Augustine. That is a 4-drop. That's shot. That does counter it. And then Tataru Taru. ETB, you draw a card, and opponent draws a card. 2 mana 0/3, luckily not 4-drop, so the Arbiter's not going to counter it. The counterbalance isn't going to counter it. When opponent draws a card, if it isn't that player's turn, create a tap treasure token. Jose and Cody are going to now draw. Trigger, we're going to make a treasure. Cody still asked, do we hit James for his quote-unquote crimes? We're just going to hit James. We're going to bounce a bunch of permanents. Around 3 permanents here. Tataru Taru. Tataru trigger, we're going to target Jose. So Jose and Cody are going to draw a card. We're going to... That's a new version, so we are good to make another treasure. All right, Cody goes to discard. We discard 3 lands and passes to Jose. Right now, Joshua's in the slate to win here with just a Time Sieve needing to hit the field, and that is it. Cody's completely tapped out, so there's no... until it's free counter magic, then it's the only way to stop Josh. Jose does have very little options to do here. Maybe some destruction, some artifact destruction we can do here in order to sack the Time Sieve and kill it. Jose taps for 2. No, never mind. We're going to play Lotus Petal first, actually. Esper Sentinel, we're going to pay for it. We're going to pay 4. Does they pay all for Mystic Remora as well? And we're going to pay for it. Six mana for that low spell because to the 2 Esper Sentinels and a Mystic Remora. Not making our opponents draw us too many cards. I feel like Jose needs to leech off of James here in order to try to get some stuff going. Maybe drawing James some cards might help out. As, like I said, right now Josh and Cody are probably the ones to slate to win this game right now. We're going to recast Urza's Battle Thopter. I'm going to play a Vesuva. And then Urza's Workshop, it's gonna come in as a copy. Move over to James B. Mulligan's turn. Untap. Going to draw. We paid the 1 for Mystic Remora. Play a land for turn. Verdant Catacomb, fetch land. Crack a fetch. Search is good. No op agents. Pocket a land. Our last land, our Volcanic Island, is not a black land, so Verdant Catacombs can't grab it. We have to get a shock land. 4, 2, 3, I believe. Oh, never mind. Okay. We're gonna Praetor's Grasp. Praetor's Grasp. Search target opponent's library for a card. Put it exile face down. Then that player shuffles their library. You may look at that play. You may look at it play that card for as long as it remains exiled. And there goes Zach, the boss. Joshua has a 4-drop on top, we remember. Joshua's is paid for. We're going to sack a land and draw a card. With the Counterbalance Trigger on the stack. Trigger to Taru. Cody's going to make another treasure. Counterbalance Trigger. We flip over a Brain Freeze. Or sorry, not Brain Freeze. Something else. It's Chain of Vapor. British Graph on the stack. We are going to search over Joshua's library. That shares the most colors with him. So we're going to search for probably a win con here. Maybe a Time Sieve and steal that away from Josh before he's able to go off with Tivit. As that is the only card that is really able to go infinite with Tivit. James could deny that win. Or we could see if James goes for the win himself. But we do have to be careful as we are shuffling Josh's library. That counterbalance could prove fatal. As if James goes for the win, it gets countered. 2-drops, 1-drops are the most common things in a commander deck in CEDH. So we could see a whiff, absolute whiff here on James's jam. Or James can get a time save, stopping Joshua from winning and move over to Cody. Cody might have something to get it out of here. Heuristic Study gets cast. So we stole a Heuristic Study instead. Let's see, let's finish Joshua's shuffle and look at the top card. Let's see if Josh flips over another 3 with counterbalance. Top. Let's see the top card. It is a Flusterstorm. It's a 1-drop here. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Stick finally lands on the field for Josh B. Mulligan. About time. Joshua draws for turn. Time Sieve is has not been stolen. So Josh could kind of go for almost a win right now. At least knocking James B. Mulligan out of the race. We're going to 0, untap Mana Vault. We're going to tap the Mana Vault for 3 colorless. We're going to use 2, crack a clue, draw a card. What are we searching for, Josh? We're going to crack another clue. Our last color was floating. Our Fault of Champions. We're going to draw a card. Move to combat. We're going to attack James with the Construct and Tivit. So it's 8/8. No blocks. Cody takes. Oh, James takes both 8 and Tivit. We're going to vote for clues. Everyone votes for clues. We make 5 clues. So we're now at 6 clues. And we're going to go +5 on to Tivit. Tivit 0 has already been activated, so it can't go back down. This turn, at least. Grand Arbiter Augustine the Fourth. Grand Arbiter Augustine. Spells. White spells cost 1 less. Blue spells cost 1 less. And then spells your opponents cast cost 1 more. A little bit of a tax effect. And then we're going to Smothering Tithe. Everyone's going to draw some cards in response with the Esper Sentinel and the Mystic Remora. And Rhystic Study. Alright, looks like this is going to be an even longer game with Grand Arbiter is going to be causing us so much more interruption. But hopefully Josh can finally get the card he needs to win it out. It just needs Time Sieve, and then we're all good. Esper Center and Counterbalance. We're going to draw and then Counterbalance. So let's draw a card. Counterbalance. Let's see it. Fierce Guardianship, the Smothering Tithe. Wanchi Tong. 2. Alright, Smothering Tithe is countered. Fierce Guardianship is not in exile. There we go. For sure, yeah, it's force of negation that exiles non-creatures when it resolves, or if it's countered. Here's just free counter spell. Well, +1. James saying, quote, "This is the worst game ever. My hand sucks." Well, we'll see how we can maybe top deck and draw into it. Moment Cody is going to turn with a lot of mana up and Barago ready to swing out. Barago is also a combat damage trigger. Yep, deals combat damage to a player, exile any number of non-land permanents. Turn those cards to battlefield. We again have a guaranteed 5 rounds tonight, by the way, everyone. So we're going to be here for a little while, as we're going to be playing a lot of CEDH. So strap in, get some cozy. Check out our website. After today's, Jose's going to take a double check to see exactly how the wording on it is. Meanwhile, Cody's currently just trying to figure out what he wants to do at the moment. Looks like we got a basic land we're playing. Ooh, we're going to cast a Trinket Mage. Counterbalance trigger as well, but we know it's on top. It's a Wanchi Tong. Ugh. Alright. Oh, I got the problem table today, y'all. So right now they're... So they're cast Trinket Mage, but Grand Arbiter makes it cost an additional mana. James already drew the card for Rhystic Study before Cody paid pull. Cody said James is okay, but Joshua is then pointing it out, and then I realized that you're cheating. So now, because of Grand Arbiter, Cody says he doesn't know if he wants to play the spell. James shuffled it to his hand, so I can't put it right back on top. Giving board state warning and an extra card warning. Card is not properly cast. All right. James is going to scoop. So all right, Alexander's going to disqualify Cody from this match. And then James is going to get a random card out of his hand. But Alex thinks otherwise. He gives James a card, it's a cast, and then we're just gonna treat Cody as having scooped. And then we are back. And Jose goes to turn. We're gonna knock Cody out of the match. So, with Cody out the match, that's going to be opening a lot more stuff, as Josh is currently... Now Josh is going to be having a little bit harder of a time than going off. Right now he's going to be probably playing more mid-range due to having one less opponent and Tivit not being able to combo anymore with Time Sieve. We're going to equip Mask of Memory and Sword... Gotta pay extra. Just casting. Okay, there we go. Get Forged Frontier, and then Mask of Memory. He's gonna, real quick, tell it to James. Deal combat damage, draw 2, discard 1. And then, Sword of Forged Frontiers, exile top 2, play extra land when deals combat damage. So we're gonna deal... Ooh, what are we gonna get? Who's swinging at Jose? Battlethopter's being a Battlethopter now. Free Commander. Have a Mask of Memory trigger. And a Sword trigger. Card. One card here after drawing 2. Jose still is at a crisp 40. No one has swung at him quite yet. Exile top 2, play an additional land this turn. Add a Mox Diamond and just... Alright, Mox Diamond trigger. Gonna go to Graveyard. Or, oops. Actually, no, I can't sit in exile. There we go. Place our 2 lands here. Keep the Mox in exile. Pass out an Unwinding Clock. Paid 5 for the Unwinding Clock. Pays up. Paid the 5. Free floating, paying 1 for Ristic and Esper. Untap a Workshop, and then tap it to pay for Mystic. James frustrated at Tron lands. He's like, you tap a land for 30 mana? What where? What hell? Joshua does not know what to interact as at the moment. Unwinding Clock's really only untapping Soul Ring and Liberator. Joshua also showing that he's at Flash and he has Inspiring Statuary out. So all of his artifacts. All of his artifacts can cast his non-artifact spells. Unfortunately, Statuary is very specifically non-artifact, so they're kind of worried a little bit about nothing unless Jose is planning on casting a big ol' Eldrazi next turn. Which I doubt we're going to move to James B. Mulligan's turn, as Unwinding Clock's going to also untap the Battletopter. What big ol' spell do we have today? You have to pay an upkeep here. 2 upkeep triggers. We have Manavolt and Mystic. Spend 2 on Mystic. And we're going to ping for 1 with the Manavolt. We're going to draw for turn. Alright, James. Plays as a land. Do we have combo? Do we have turbo combo? Do we have the funny thing? Five mana plus 1. Do I hear an Adnos? Unless he untaps, okay. We're to cast Silas. Take 2 damage from that Ancient Tomb. Passes on Silas. Paid 6. Joshua also passes on Counterbalance. I'm gonna flash out a Mirage Mirror. Paying 4 for it. Vespers and Mystic. Just going to pay for Ristic. So Josh is going to draw a card. James is going to draw 1 card as well. Statuary. All right. Rigor. Displacer Kitten. It's a 4-drop. It misses. But the Displacer on top is quite terrifying. Comes a copy until end of turn. Pointing at clock, it is a triggered ability on the upkeep of opponent's turns. I believe. Untap steps, summon. Not a triggered ability, no. It actually just happens. Draw for turn. Witchclaw. Or, oops, sorry. Exotic Orchard, but we also have a Displacer Kitten. Only Joshua had a Witchclaw. Gonna move to combat. Tivit swings at Tivit and swings a Construct on the ground at Jose. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12, 12. Big old 12, 12. This is going to be the first time Jose takes damage this game. If he does not block it. We're going to vote treasures, and then, so we're going to make 2 treasures and 2 clues. Two clues. There we are. 4 triggers here. Tezzeret's going to get a bunch more counters. My word. Mirage Mirror could also disrupt our good old friend Josh here. White Grand Abolisher. Alright, he's going to start trying to go off here. Cannot cast spells or activate abilities of artifact creatures or enchantments. So that Mirage Mirror is going to be stopping here for quite a second. We're going to have a Ristic Study trigger. Jose's gonna have to probably respond here with an activation of Mirage Mirror, maybe to copy something. Copying, I think Arbiter. That would cause the most disruption here, basically making, say, have Josh pay full mana. Yeah. Grand Arbiter Augustine. We're going to Force of Will the Grand Abolisher with the Mirage Mirror on the stack. Trigger. We got Esper here and Counterbalance. We're going to Counterbalance. Or Esper and then Counterbalance. Here we go. Draw a card and flip. Ooh, Word of Invention. As a 3. 2 away. Force of Will is a 5. Drop card. Leave. Yep. We're going to Flusterstorm it. Double trigger. We got Ristic Study. Mystic Remora. Before the Storm trigger even. Okay. We also let the Mirage Mirror dip. Okay, Mirage Mirror is a Ristic now. Was not a ball Arbiter. Ristic Tutor here, and Mystic. Drawing 2 cards. I'm going to show our stack here on Cody's dead yard. Cody's grave here. Got Flush Storm on top. All of them are targeting the Force of Will. James passes priority on the Flusterstorm. All of them countering the Force, and then Arbiter lands onto the field. All right. Josh has quite a lot of taxes to get through as well with Mystic, Wrist, and 2 Ristic studies. We're going to draw a card from our clues. 3 blue. Two of them are tapped to improvise. X is 2. We got a Whir of Invention. Everyone can draw a card. X equals 2. What do we draw? What are we getting? Time Sieve. Gonna be a bit hard with the Time Sieve because there's only 2 players left. You have to sacrifice 5 artifacts to take an extra turn. And James B. Mulligan be also having a hard time with not dealing with flyers. Also only at 4. So Joshua is actually probably not going to be targeting James with the attacks quite first. He wants to try at least getting as much as he can. And then start going after James. But he needs to sacrifice 5 artifacts every time. Temsieve's ETB does trigger on Tezzeret. Does he remember? He's at 16 counters, 16 loyalty. Might have to start activating Tezzeret. Okay, he does remember. Might have to start activating Tezzeret in order to get an extra artifact every single turn. Though, it's going to be causing James and Jose going to be drawing a good amount of cards here. I don't know how much colorless channel abilities there are, but I know James has most likely Otawara in his library in order to bounce the Grand Abolisher and maybe start to destroy and do some disruption. Right now, looking at Battlethopter, at the moment he's a 3/4 flyer, which Tivit can get through, I believe. Tivit, I believe, is a 4/4. He's a 6/6 with fly. Okay, I forgot. Tivit's a 6/6. That's gross. But we got Time Sieve on out here. We're going to activate Time Sieve, sacking 5 artifacts. Have an extra turn. We're going to downtick the ultimate on Tivit, or on Tezzeret, and we're going to have a combat, every combat, we're going to make a, we're going to put 3 counters onto our cards here. I'm going to go to turn. Speaking of combat, 1 second. 1 second. Move to combat? Okay. Or move to draw step. It's extra turn. Ancient Tomb. Take 2. Cast for 4. Karn, the Great Creator. responses with Mystic Ristics. Fortunately, Jose's Ristic study is no longer a Ristic study. Nope. 1 second. Grand Abolisher still on the field. So unfortunately, Mirage Mirror can't be activated anymore. See, James says I can get rid of Grand Abolisher, but I'm gonna beat pretty much just go to beats. Time Sieve apparently, yeah, there's no out right now, Jose, and they're gonna shake hands as they scoop over to Joshua, and Joshua gets it right here as they see that they have no out. Joshua W wins round 2 with Tivit, Seller of Secrets. Esper extra turns. How fun, how amazing, how cool. Again, thank you guys so much for joining for Natural 20 tournament. We have round 3 coming up here soon. So stay tuned as we're going to be setting things up for round 3. Good luck to our players, and check out our website, check out our Discord, check out our socials, exclamation mark socials, and sign things up. Speaking of signing up, sign up for Shamrock Showdown 2, 3 days away. Good luck to our players, as well as join us for streaming it that Sunday. Again, thank you guys. We'll be right back with round 3 of Thursday Night CEDH. Alrighty, everyone, welcome back to round 3 of Thursday Night CEDH. We have Kellen back in it with Avatar Aang. We saw him last stream, our young prodigy coming up at the moment. We'll see. We got Troy, Silent Assassin on a Zombie, Lady of Scrolls, of course, Mono Blue Wizards. We got Mr. LV on Fire Lord Azula. We got Avatar Aang and Fire Lord Azula out here. Repping the Avatar set. Really good set. Really fun set. A few universes beyond that got pretty widespread head nods. And then lastly, we got Neil the OG with Radhadrabik of Urborg. This is his famous deck that he did win with multiple times. So we are all set with 7-7. Neil at 7. Mr. LV, what'd you get? What'd you get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Everyone keeps 7. And we're good to go. We are going to scoop up our cards. We got pre-games. No pre-games. We're going to start with Kellen. As he's going first, we'll show you guys Avatar Aang, Frying Firebending 2. When you Waterbend, Earthbend, Firebend, draw a card. When you've done all 4, transform Aang into Master of Elements. Spells cost Wooburg less. This includes their generic cost. So we got Azami, Lady of Scrolls out here, a 5 mana 0/2. Tap an untapped wizard you control to draw a card. So we put out a Mox Diamond and a Voltaic Key. We pass over to Fire Lord Azami. Fire Lord Azami, Firebending 2. When you cast a spell while Fire Lord Azula is attacking, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. 4 mana 4/4. We put out tap land. Play out a tapped Surveil land, and then Neil the OG, of course. Lastly, on Radhadrabik. If you guys don't know Radhadrabik, is a fun little card. Kind of a menace in Standard for quite some time. 4 mana 3/3 with Vigilance and Ward 2. Other zombies have Vigilance. Whenever another legendary creature you control dies, create a token that's a copy of that creature, except it's not legendary, and it's a 2/2 in addition to its other colors and type. Play out a Chrome Mox, imprinting a Diabolic Intent. And then we play out a Plains. 2 mana available. Both of our colors as well. Keep up interaction, perhaps a silence in hand, some type of way to disrupt our opponents. And we pass the turn to Kellen. Kellen untaps Blood Crypt. Plays out a Command Tower, taps for 2. Plays Joiner Adept. Joiner Adept is lands you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color. So this is just a Wooburg. Color fixing 2/1. Troy just plays out a land and passes. Mr. LV plays out a Wooded Foothills and fetches. We're a Bowmaster in response. We're going to deal 1 damage to target creature or player. We're going to Orcish Bowmasters, kill the Joiner Adept. Our lands are no longer Wooburg. And then Neil's going to draw a card. We play out a basic Swamp. Dark Ritual for 3 mana. And we cast out Radhadrabik. There we are. Radhadrabik is on out finally. We're going to swing for 1 at Mr. LV, Fire Lord Zula. And then passes back over to Kellen. Kellen untaps. Island taps it for a Soul Ring. Almost have all of our colors here. We're just missing one more land in order to get Avatar Aang on out. And a Cruel Tutor. The full face Cruel Tutor. Oh man, this one did get a lot of people a little upset about the card. About especially the bonus sheet, but there's a lot of fun reprints. And the foils of these don't look too bad on some of them. The Mystic Remora is not that bad. It's actually pretty good. But search your library for a card, shuffle it, put that card on top, then you lose 2 life. So this is a 2 mana more Imperial Seal, pretty much. 3 mana Imperial. Helen's shuffling it on him. Helen says, I cannot win off this yet. Tell him the table. Neil cuts the deck. Put that card on top. Do we pass the turn, Kellen? And then passes the turn to Troy. At the end step, we're going to flash out Valley Floodcaller. Valley Floodcaller is a 3 mana 2/2 with flash. You may cast on non-creature spells though they have flash, and then whenever you cast a non-creature spell, untap your birds, frogs, otters, and rats, and put it in, and they get +1/+1 until end of turn. Then Troy goes to turn, plays out a land. Don't have it quite enough for a zombie. We're missing 1 card here. Troy goes to combat. Nope, never mind. Just picks up the Valley Floodcaller for a second. We're going to move to combat now. We're going to swing at Kellen. Takes 2. And before damage, we're going to untap our Valley Floodcaller and flash out a Mox Opal and imprint a Mirror Maid onto it. And then we cast out a zombie. This is just to get a little bit of extra, like, a little extra damage going in. It's what we call maximum value right there. Valley Floodcaller is a wizard. We're going to tap it in order to draw a card. And we're just going to shoot 1 at the face for that draw on. We're going to tap to draw another card with a zombie. And then we're going to face Mr. LV once again. He has only 2 lands out and a dream. We're going to play out Lotus Petal, untapping it. And we're going to tap it to draw a card. 1 more at Mr. LV's face. Buffing up this Orc army. And then we're going to stop right there. Troy goes and passes the turn to Mr. LV. Right now, Troy and Neil are currently just ganging up on Kellen and Mr. LV. Troy swinging at Kellen, and then Neil is just pinging Mr. LV down. We're going to fetch on the end step, just to make sure we get our land here. Surprised we didn't get just a Surveil land in order to get some stuff. LV goes to turn. Mr. LV, what do we got? What's our plan here? Mr. LV goes a turn. Mr. LV asks, I'm going to draw 2. Are you going to ping me? Then Neil says, nope. And probably try to target the Valley Flood Caller. Right now, Mr. LV is really trying to get out Azula in time to get some like more value going because his opponents are just outvaluing him naturally. Mr. LV looks to have missed a land drop. What did he keep exactly that justified this slower gameplay? That Thrill of Possibility, I think. Seems like it's a Thrill of Possibility that he's looking to cast. Yep, that is a Thrill of Possibility. Thrill of Possibility, and pay his extra cost, discarding a Invoke, I think. I forget that one. I think that's... And we are going to Fierce It. Feel it. Trigger Valley Flood Caller. Fortunately, Troy does have to counter this because he does not want to get his zombie killed. Very hard to redraw. Mr. LV then goes to turn. That was on Troy's end step. I like how Troy plays Valley Flood Caller, not for its like flash, of course for its flash enabler, right? That does a lot for sure. But he also plays it specifically because it's a wizard that untaps itself because of a zombie. Drawing those cards and these wizards, how they work, there's a lot of fun mono blue wizards that are all about untapping and all about untapping themselves. Very specifically, Valley Flood Caller does a good amount. Ooh, that's going to be a Ristic Study. We're going to tap and draw a card with Valley Flood Caller. Neil the OG trigger. We're going to shoot. Mr. LV, one last time on the face. Mystic good. Neil the OG goes to turn. Draws a card. Callan reading what Orchestra Masters does. Play out a Inventor's Fair. Tap for 2. Pass out a Demonic Tutor. Then trigger, we're going to shoot a zombie for 1 with Ristic Study. So this is now Neil is finally going to be swapping over to Mr. LV's side as we're going to be basically teaming up with the Ristic and Orcish Bowmaster combination to blow out the board a little bit. Mr. LV does have to be a little careful because if he turns back into the threat, all those Ristic Study triggers are going to be going right back to Mr. LV's face, and Azula. A nice Grixis dex does a lot. Grixis dex does a lot of life matters. All right, that is a Smeagol? Is that Smeagol? Nope. It's not Smeagol. It's the other one. Definitely not Sauron. It's Gollum. That's right. It's Patient Plotter Golem. Sorry about that. That was a little wild. Patient Plotter Golem, 2 mana, 3/1. When it leaves the battlefield, attempt The ring tempts you. Then 1 sacrifice a creature, return Golem from your graveyard to your hand. Activate only as a sorcery. This is a combo piece with Ratadrabic. Gotta be careful, because if he gets a sack outlet, every time he sacrifices it, he's going to put the copy trigger with Ratadrabic onto the stack first, make a 2/2 copy of it, and then the ring tempts him, making that copy a legendary creature, and then he gets an infinite. So this is going to be a little bit of a problem if Kellen, Troy, and Mr. LV do not recognize it. So now we have Aang. After Aang is now out. Troy goes to turn. As we get Phyrexian Metamorph out. Forensic Study. Phyrexian Metamorph might be making a copy of Orcish Bowmaster here. Believe so. Yeah, Bowmaster's going to shoot. Bowmaster, and now Troy has the alliance with Mr. LV a little bit. Going to swing at Mr. LV for 2. And then passes the turn. Back to Mr. LV. Because remember, once again, Neil is probably out here winning because that Smeagol, when the ring tempts you, you do make the ring bearer that you choose a legendary creature, which Ratadrabic cares about legendary creatures dying. An Orcish Bowmaster here in the field. Make sure we get our counter. Oh, there we go. There we go. Now we have an Orc Army token to accurately depict. Alright, we're going to cast out Firelord Azula. Now we are able to start going off next turn, if Firelord Azula survives, to copy some of our instant spells. Neil the OG draws a card, goes to turn, draws a card, pays 3, and there it is. There's the combo. Blasting Station. Sacrifice a creature, deal 1 damage to target creature or player. Whenever a creature comes into play, you may untap Blasting Station. This is combo. And Neil passes the turn. Oh, he's just teasing. Oh, he's teasing now. Oh. Oh, he's just teasing. Neil the OG is having a fun time. Neil the OG. LV saying Neil also does. He's at 40. For Commander at Neil. Oh man, Neil just playing with his prey is very funny. Like it's kind of interesting that no one sees the win as he taps, sacrifices Golem, right? He'll make a token, right? The ring, he'll make the token on death trigger ring. He'll make a token, untap action station, make the token a ring bear. He'll sack the token, to blasting station, dealing 1 damage, and he makes a token. Untaps blasting station, makes the token a ring bearer. Keeps doing this infinite number of times to win the game. I think he just wants to see everyone play their deck. I think he just wants to see what his opponents can do. Neil's gonna cut the deck. There's Moon Mist. No, this is actually the deck here that we're playing with Avatar Aang. Moon Mist, transform all humans. So, Avatar Aang is now Aang, Master of the Elements. So, everything costs Wooburg less. So, anything that's a 5-drop and has no multiple colored pips are free. Alright, Moon Mist resolves. Transform Aang. Play a Toph. Hard-headed Teacher. I don't want to show this one on stream because it's AI art. Toph hard-headed Teacher enters. You may discard a card. If you do, return a instant or sorcery from your graveyard to your hand. Whenever you cast a spell, earthbend 1. Avatar's Wrath. Avatar's Wrath is a board wipe. Until end of your next turn, your opponents can't cast spells from anywhere other than their hands, and then we're going to airbend, choose up to 1 target creature, then airbend all other creatures. And we paid Ristic. In response, Neil's going to win the game. We're going to sack Golem. We're going to deal 1 damage to Troy. Make a copy, and then Ring Bearer. We're tempted by the One Ring. And then we're going to kill everyone because that Ring Bearer is legendary. Serrata Drabbit gets removed. Troy can't. Sylvie can't. Ellen? Also, this is out of mana. An activated ability. Nothing else. Ellen might have something. Moon Mist. And then we're going to draw a card. Moon Mist is an instant. So Mr. LV is going to draw a card here with Ristic Study. That way we can try to get something here. Looks like this is going to be a nice and early round 3. That's still on the stack, the Earthbending 1. Troy has only really 1 spell that can cast. Probably not going to help. 1 damage and target commander, Ratadrabic. It has Ward 2. The Ward 2 out of everything. Oh, man. And you can't even target the token, because the token is also legendary. If he kills the legendary token, it'll come back legendary. Once again, because of that ring bearer. The one part that you need to interact is Blasting Station. Gotta bounce it back to hand. Yeah, Earthbending Lesson is the only card Kellen has in hand. Can't pay 6 here to deal 3 damage to Ratadrabic. Unfortunately, but Troy has to maybe work with LV. See if we can draw a bounce spell. Right now, they're very confused. Like, we have to interact, but we can't. There's no point of interaction here. This is the rare instance where Seat 4 is going to win. We're going to respond and sacking it. It's a dramatic reversal. Whenever creature enters, and there we are. That's it. Everyone scoops on up. Mr. LV is taking a look at the top deck. Chain of Vapor was the next card. Unfortunate. Didn't know the combo. Neil the OG wins round 3. That was a nice and fast one, guys. So stick by and stay tuned for round 4 coming in as we go into our top cut, top 10, as Neil the OG is going to be trying to move into the next round. So stay tuned. Good luck to our players. Check out our website, check out our Discord, check out our socials, !mark socials in chat in order to check that out. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Alrighty, everyone, welcome back to round 4 of Thursday Night CEDH. Alright, we have quite a fun table for you. We had someone teased earlier in the day, Derek the Machine on Kefka Court Mage. If you guys don't know, this guy machines his own adult fidget toys, as well as makes his own 3D prints deck boxes and other fun stuff. Very fun guy, so we'll probably be seeing a fidget spinner every so often. We have, to the left, second seat, Kevin S. on Kinnan Bonder Prodigy. We saw a bunch of Kinnans today, so looks like Kinnan is the spotlight deck. Across the table, we saw Josh W. win last round, back on stream with Tivit, Teller of Secrets. And lastly, Matt the Mysterious on Arkham Dagson, Mono Blue Artifacts. It's going to be a fun little series of decks going on as our players are going to finish up their mulligans and find out who's the best. As we have top cut as well, I'll let you guys know that right next is Pod 2 with Good Guy Joe, Anthony the Champ, Sebastian the Psychopath, and Darth Riddell. Then our buys are David G and Nasty Nate as our top 2 players. We didn't get to see any of these top players here, but we'll be seeing them in finals. So get prepared and get ready as our players are finishing up the mulls and finishing up their... Looks like Joshua's taken 6 here. I believe 6 or 7. I think 7. Yep, looks like it was probably 7. Currently, Derek, Kevin, and Matt are all doing some of their mulligans. Derek likes the hand. All right, double check, make sure that they got everything prepared. Give me 1 second. Derek has 6. Joshua has 7. Ooh, it's 5 going down to 5 with Matt. And lastly, Kevin. Kevin's still going down. Players are getting all done here. All set. All right, looks good. Kevin's going down to 5. We're going to start the game. No pre-games today. Derek the Machine is... Ooh, never mind. Kevin puts down a Gemstone Caverns. Looks like he mulled down to 4 instead of the 5 he wanted. Puts a Swan Song underneath and pass over to Derek. Derek goes to finally start the turn as we're going to real quick, get an underground sea, and cast out some rocks. Lowest pedal. And a green dragon in. Then plays out a Mystic Remora. Green Dragon Inn is a homeward path, so tap it to everyone gains control of their owned cards. So it stops stuff like Gilded Drake and Thievery and Praetor's Grasp and other stuff like that. Got a Mystic Remora out here on the field, mirroring Kevin with Matt Mysterious. Then Derek plays out a land and fetches, and then passes after. Kevin goes to turn, paying for Mystic Remora. Got a counter on it. And pass the turn, moves over to Joshua. We put out a Manamo. Plays out, goes to Matt, plays out Seed of the Synod, passes the turn back to Derek. Derek has a lot of mana up. The Soul Ring, Lotus Petal, 3 lands now. Almost to Adnaz. We're pretty much at Adnaz levels now. Wan Shitong comes on out, hits the field. We're flashing it. We're going to pay for Mystic Remora. Draws the card. Wan Shitong, very fun little card here. Wan Shitong on Librarian is here. It's a flash, flying vigilance. Whenever an opponent searches their library, put X +1/+1. Put a +1/+1, not X. Put a +1/+1 counter on it and draw a card. When it enters, put X counters onto it and draw half X cards, or X is the amount of mana paid into X. All right. We're gonna cast out a Orcish Bowmaster on the end step in order to pop the Wan Shitong and stop that draw engine from coming in after Kinnan gets cast here, as of course. Playing nice and fast here. Don't want Kevin drawing too many cards here. Derek seems to have a lot of interaction available to him. Joshua goes to turn. Plays out a land. Plays out Arcane Signet. And resolve all the triggers. 2 card draws here with Mystic Remora and Kevin. Kevin draws his first, Matt goes and draws his. We also have Orcish Bowmasters, and both of them are at. Have we paid life? Give me 1 second. All right, there we go. Then 2 of Joshua in the face with Orcish Bowmasters. There we go. Now life totals are back. I want all the 2 is going to go at Joshua. There we go. Pay for Mystic Remora, drawing a card. Matt, does he get another land? He gets the other land. Soporific Springs. As he bolts it in, passes to Derek. Derek goes a turn. Five over at Matt. Takes it. The only person who I think needs to be taking it probably is Josh. Due to Tivit being in black, black needs a lot of life. Needs life to do some stuff. So, dealing some damage to the black player is always generally the better option. Is there stuff like Adnaz? There's stuff... That's supposed to be silent. Welcome on in. Soul Ring, play out. Matt's going to draw a card here with it. We're going to tap it for 2 for Agatha's Soul Cauldron. Agatha's Soul Cauldron is whenever you spend mana, so mana of any color, to activate abilities. Tap to exile target creature from a graveyard, or target card from a graveyard. If it was a creature, put a counter on a creature you control. And then creatures with counters on it have all activated abilities of cards exiled with us. Agatha's Soul Cauldron. That's a lot of text for 2 mana. Joshua goes to turn. For 6 mana, we cast out Tivit. Tivit's a very fun card. ETB and combat damage. Starting with you, each player votes for evidence or bribery. For evidence, for every evidence, investigate. For every bribery, make a treasure. Where you're going to make 2 treasures and 3 clues. Pass it over to Matt, and we got a Crashing Drawbridge. Crashing Drawbridge is a 2-mana artifact creature with Defender. Tap it for creatures you control to gain haste until end of turn. It's an 0/4 wall. Whoopsies. Wrong button. Derek's Machine puts out his own Wan Shi Tong here. We get a Ragavan onto the field. Looks like we have dashed it in. Ragavan's trigger goes on the stack, deals combat damage to a player, create a treasure token, and exile the top card of that player's library. Till end of turn, you may cast that card. We get a Go-Go off the top. Exile target activated, or sorry, copy target activated to trigger ability. You control X times. You may choose new targets for the copies. The ability can't be copied. This ability can't be copied, and X can't be 0. Back to the hand, and we pass the turn. Interesting. We don't cast the go-go. But to be fair, there's a homeward path out, so we are not inclined to steal anything right now because of that homeward path. Only things we are probably going to be able to steal is instants, sorceries, and extremely temporary stuff. But Kevin's always keeps on tapping down the homeward path every time. This moment. Armored Scrap Gorger. Armored Scrap Gorger. Tap. It gets +3/+0 for as long as there's 3 more oil counters. Tap it for 1 mana of any color, and then whenever it becomes tapped, exile target card from a graveyard and put an oil counter on Armored Scrap Gorger. This is a little bit of a graveyard hate, on top of it being a mana dork. So it makes sense. This is an older Kinnan card that's being played right now. But back into relevancy with the rise of these turbo decks, always wanting Underworld Breach. Josh plays a land, retaps his Monolith because it does not untap during your turn. We're going to move to combat with Tivit. Matt gets attacked for 6. Trigger on combat damage. We're going to vote for treasures. Opponents vote for clues. For 1 blue, we're going to play a Grafdigger's Cage. Some extra graveyard hate here, actually. Grafdigger's Cage. Creatures, cards, and graveyards and libraries can't enter the battlefield, and players can't cast spells from graveyards or libraries. So it stops these Underworld Breach players, as well as some stuff like Bolas's Citadel, from being able to go off if our players play Bolas's Citadel. We have some players. I believe Nasty Nake's deck is a heavy Bolas's Citadel deck. From Daxon. Oh, thank you for the follow, Great Oak Guardian. Appreciate you joining us, and we are Natural 20, local game store, of course. I don't know if you're a regular or if you're just hopping on in. But thanks for the follow. We're playing some CEDH tonight. Thank you guys. Thank you for joining. Got a Phyrexian Metamorph. We're making a copy of Tivit. Joshua also can vote twice as well. Yeah, while voting, you may vote an additional time. Joshua can vote twice for Matt. Two treasures and 4 or 3 clues. Oh. Tivit also has haste here because of crashing drawbridge. We're going to give Tivit haste. Move to combat. Swing 6 in the air at Derek. We're going to deal combat damage. Does Derek want to block? Derek blocks with the Wan Shi Tong. Does not want to take the 6. Kevin asks if you want me. Derek is asking, do you want me to get hit for 6? Kevin says if he resolves the time sieve, this game is over. Makes sense. Both of the players are open. I mean, I think either way, Derek might just take the damage. Nah, he's going to block. Doesn't want to give too much free resources to Matt here. Derek passes the turn. Or, sorry, Derek goes to turn. Matt passes the turn. Yeah, it looks like we're going to just get a Kefka out. Enters or attacks. Each player discards a card. Then you draw a card for each card type among cards discarded this way. 8 mana, you can flip them, but that'll never be seen. Kevin, Josh, Matt, pass. Kefka enters. Looks like it's going to be creatures. Just going to discard a creature here. Instant, creature, artifact, artifact. 3. 3 draws. And 3. Born upon a wind-bitten discard is kind of interesting. Matt discarding an artifact creature, of course. Move to combat. 9 over at Josh. Derek says you're the biggest threat. Josh pointing out you have a Kefka, but Derek has justified saying that Tivit goes infinite with 1 cards. Derek just gets to draw a couple cards. Kirasan, the flip side of Kefka does have flying. So it could be kind of funny for him to just flip Kefka in order to have a 5/7 flyer. Could be kind of interesting in order to block, in order to stop the Tivit players from going Tivit. We're gonna sack our treasure and petal to cast a Gilded Drake. Gilded Drake's gonna swap control with another target creature. Don't or can't. Yep. Ward, unfortunately, stops that. Ward 2. Oof. Ward is just too good. Kevin goes to turn. Pays for the... What the heck? Ooh, Badgermole Cub. We pay for Mystic Remora still? It's at 5 counters. He had to pay a cumulative 5. It's 5 factorial. 5 plus 10 plus 15? It's 15. 4, 5, 6, 9, 10. Yeah, it's 15. He had to pay a total of 16 mana to keep this Mystic Remora out. That's crazy. Wan Shi Tong comes on out. We got a third Wan Shi Tong. X equals 4, so we're going to put 4 counters and draw 2 cards. We're going to draw 2 cards here. Orcish Bowmaster, of course. 2 to face. Otherwise, we're not taking out like something like Badgermole Cub or the Mana Dork that Kevin has. Joshua goes to draw for turn. Kefka does not have flying. Joshua's going to come flying in at the face of Derek. Taking 6. Looks like there's a little bit of a rivalry going on with Derek and Josh. Josh is going to get some treasures and opponents making him some clues. Joshua's really just trying to get at least some more card draw coming in so he can get that time sieve on the table as fast as possible. We're going to transmute artifact. That's going to be it. That is his... it's going to be his tutor for it. He's going to sacrifice an artifact. If he does, he searches the library for an artifact card if that card's mana value is less than or equal or... Resolution is going to sacrifice here. They're going to Force of Will the card. This does win Joshua the game. Mystic Remora, of course, triggering. We're going to Flusterstorm the Force of Will. Flusterstorm. Kevin's going to draw, and then all of the storm triggers are going to go onto the stack here. Fluster will resolve, countering the Force of Will. Back to the transmute. A conditional counterspell, says Kevin. Whatever that means. Derek asks. Alright, Force of Negation instead. Countering the transmute artifact. Was that bait? We get out all of the counter spells from everyone's hand, or did we just whiff on our jam? Derek says. Derek's like, conditional, huh? He's curious on what the condition was, and it was most likely needing to cast 3 spells. It was probably a mind break trap Kevin had in hand. Matt goes to turn. He has his own Tivit. Gonna move to combat. We're gonna swing at Derek in the air. Derek's gonna take 6. Trigger. We're gonna make some more treasures and more clues. 4 treasures and 6 clues total. Probably enough to get Arkham out. But unfortunately, that Graph Digger's Gate is gonna stop any searching for a artifact. I don't think Matt cares about the Graph Digger's Cage, because it's not casting any any creatures from the library. He is just playing artifacts. It has to be a non-creature artifact that Arkham searches for. I'll show you guys Arkham Daxon here. Yep, search level for a non-creature artifact, so it's perfectly fine and gets around Graph Digger's Cage. So it doesn't cast any spells from the yard or library, and it doesn't have a creature entering from the library or graveyard. Tap the drawbridge, giving things haste. Or passing the turn. Does Joshua have something? I see an Otawara in hand. So you want to bounce the Arkham before the resolution of Crash and Drawbridge. It's going to be a little harder, though. That's not going to be able to recast it because Arkham is a 4-mana card, and he only has 3 treasures left. Derek is saying he's probably going to go get Phyrexian Portal. Makes sense. That way we can sacrifice a bunch of the board state here and do a pseudo board wipe. But also it is one-sided, as Matt doesn't sacrifice anything. Derek is saying we won't attack. We won't attack with Orc Army or Kefka. Interesting deal. Joshua asking to start swinging. Orc Army's not going to come in Josh. Derek pointing at Matt saying, hey, but he can bounce my Orc Army, and Joshua's telling him, it's not my problem at that point. Chain of Vapor targeting Arkham. Kevin's going to draw. Derek would probably start targeting Badgermole Cub. Need to target Badgermole Cub. Ooh, that one's really good. Sewer Valence Cam. Sewer Valence Cam out here, repping once again, showing that Team NT can actually have some good cards in it. Good couple of here. When this artifact enters or leaves the battlefield, you may tap or untap target creature. Then for 4 mana, sacrifice it to draw 2 cards, and it has flash. So he's going to do it to untap the Crashing Drawbridge in order to do it again. We're going to respond to the draw first. Kevin's draw. We're on stack from surveillance. Joshua is going to try to flash in a Fairy Mastermind in response to the draw. Fairy Mastermind, good. Pass priorities. Fairy Mastermind. No one has response. We're going to draw with Mystic. Trigger on Orcish and Fairy Mastermind. Draw a good amount. And we're going to kill the Arkham Daxon. Pass ETB, we're going to untap the Tivit. Makes sense. The Tivit clone. And did Arkham go to Yard? Did he just put Arkham in Yard? Interesting. No, he doesn't put the Arkham in Command Zone? Huh. Alright, yeah, no, he's taking a game action, so he doesn't put Arkham in... He keeps Arkham in Command Zone and plays out a Aether Spell Bomb. For 1 blue, sacrifice it, return target creature to its owner's hand, or for 1 colorless, sacrifice it to draw a card. We're on Mystic, we're gonna ping once more. Again, not targeting the dorks out here. Very confusing on Derek's part. I understand targeting the Tivit player a little bit to kind of have their life total be at threat, but not targeting these dorks on the field that are bound to give Kevin a lot more mana over the course. Okay, Matt does put Arkham into the command zone. All right, okay. Seems like the players are okay with that. Trigger on Kefka. Biggest Kefka, they ask, is a 4/5. Back trigger. Josh puts down a land. We're going to flip it on over with a land, a enchantment, a creature, and an artifact. Derek's going to draw the max 4. The dream of Kefka. That Orc army is quite big. Came at Kevin for quite a lot of damage. Derek's at 5 mana. Adnos colors. All right. We're back at the game. Again, Derek's just played a land for turn. No game actions have been made. Unless Kevin has gone to turn. It looks like Kevin might have gone to turn. The boss man had to talk to me. He's currently counting mana. Looks like we're gonna be playing Kinnan with one floating mana. Sorry, 2 floating mana. It is a counter on that. Gaia's Cradle is a creature. Taps it for 4, actually, or Kevin. Discounted his mana, but we'll see how that affects, because if he tries to... The mana burn's not in here, but if he just miscounts his mana and thinks he has 1 less. If he had 1 more, then it'd be different. 1 and using the 1 floating... Okay, Chain of Vapor. Sorry, not 1 floating. Chain of Vapor. Turning non-land permanent to its owner's hand. We're going to Auto-Wara in response the Kinnan. We're going to flip to a response, just in that. Armored Gorger, Scrap Gorger here. Exile target card from a graveyard. Does he have the trigger? It's not a May. All right. Staff of Dom. All right, Staff of Dom is going to go into exile. As what he targets with Scrap Gorger. It's not a May. They have to have a target. Two blue, 6 mana available. Technically, should have 1 more. Is that land creature, that Gaia's Cradle, counts itself as a creature as well as his 2 other creatures, plus the one that Vadrimul produces. So he technically he made 4 mana from that rather than the 3 he counted. Same with Armored Scrap Gorger. He had that float 3. 2 blue and a green. Bounces Grafdigger's Cage back to hand. But Kevin wants to be going off now with Kinnan. He also has the Agatha Soul Cauldron available to him for Graveyard Hate and interaction. He doesn't have anything in Yard, though. At least nothing visible in Yard. I can see. Also, the Go-Go and the Swan Song are both exiled. They should be in the same pile, but... Belwar Stone using the 2 blue. You have 2 green floating. Gonna tap it for a blue. The blue and 2 green, or no, okay, he has 2 green floating. Again, he miscounted here. One, two. Glen Alendra. Maybe Glen Alendra Archmage here with Persist and Flying. Use the 4. Okay, no, yeah. I see technically it just needs the mana yet. Luckily there's no mana burn. Luckily there's no mana burn nowadays, so Kevin would have taken, I believe, 2 whole damage then. A lot. Bring Mana Bird back, y'all. Move to combat. Josh is going to swing with Tivit at... Tivit at Derek. Wachi Tong at Kevin. 3rd time Derek has hit. Alright, so Tivit has hit Derek twice. No block on the Flyers. Vote Treasures. Everyone else votes, of course, for Clues. Josh now has 7 mana available, once again, to play out a... What are we playing? Oh, never mind. Okay, he untaps the lands. Got 11 clues on the board, Josh. Where's our forensic gadgeteer? All right. Forensic gadgeteer would be so sick right now. Makes it one sack, draw a card. So good. Come on, a consultation. Think about what to name. Derek, slaps his lands. Glenalendra. Joshua even picks up the Glenalendra and is like, wow, doesn't counter it. Glenalendra Archmage, counter target non-creature spell. There we go. Is Demonic Consultation good? All right. Let's take a look. Top 6. Oh, there's the Oracle. And exiles all of them. And to activate Fairy Mastermind. Did he just scoop? I think he just yeeted himself out of the game. Everyone draws. All right, yep. And Joshua just is out of it. Unfortunate. Tivit. Unlucky. Demonic. Alright, Matt goes a turn with Inkmoth Nexus. Inkmoth Nexus, very important card in this, because it's a land that turns itself into an artifact creature to sack to Arkham. We have another Tivit. We still have a Tivit, though. Can cast another Arkham here. And give it haste with Crashing Drawbridge. Flying Ward 3. Deal combat damage. That's just reading exactly what Tivit does. Still keeps that copy. Max the Aether Spellbomb. Final Ender bounce back to hand. Doesn't want the flyer now. Bring the flyer, a 6/6 flyer at Kevin and kill Kevin. Vote for 2 treasures. Derek votes for a clue. All right, Kevin goes down. Again, a player is out. We're going to cast Arkham Dagson for 6 mana. And we have a Crashing Drawbridge once again on the field. Matt has no mana available, no more. Three. Sink into Stupor. Now we actually can cast this card instead of it always being a land. 3 mana, return a spell or non-land permanent to an opponent controls to its owner's hand. So we're going to get the Arkham Daxon, put it back into Matt's hand. Do the Arkham, bounces back. Passes the turn. I'm surprised he didn't let wait until the drawbridge tap in order to then bounce it back to hand. That way he can actually get through quite easily. Derek has 1 counter or 1 bounce spell. That's pretty dead here. His crashing drawbridge is not gonna. If he can just bounce the drawbridge, then he has 2 things he needs to wait to get haste. Ooh, Harmonic Prodigy. Harmonic Prodigy is a 2 mana 1/3 with prowess. If a shaman or wizard you control, if ability of a shaman or wizard you control triggers, the ability triggers an additional time. That's going to swing on out here. We're going to get 2 discards here. Artifact and artifact land, so we're going to draw 2 more. 20 Exaxes. He has to block it with the crashing drawbridge. We'll block and then take 4 from Kefka. Like Derek was able to control out the game here and be able to just start going to beats and swinging with Kefka and a big orc army that has not gone answered quite some time. Necropotence. Does he want to start paying some life here? It's kind of a dangerous thought, especially with this Tivit swinging for 6 every turn. Go to end step, we're going to exile. What are you going down? What are you doing, Derek? How much are you paying? Oh my word, it's gone down to 5? Doesn't have any way to control and get this Tivit out here. I'm surprised he went down so far, especially with this Tivit. A 6/6 flyer that he cannot deal with. What? Derek? Currently going down to hand size, and he exiles a bunch of lands, it seems like. We go to Matt's turn. 5 with a flying 6/6. Does Derek have what it takes to stop this, or are we... Arcbound Ravager. Animate the Inkmoth Nexus. There's Alexander's hand. Is a flying infect creature. So there's 2 flyers that... I mean, luckily this 1 damage doesn't go through into Derek, as that is turned into, instead, poison counters. Only deals in the form of poison counters. Doesn't actually deal any damage. Very interesting that he reanimated this Inkmoth. Derek seems to have a game plan on with a way to control this terrifying 6/6 flyer with Ward 3. We attack. Good game. Matt wins. And our Ground Ravager gets it. Oh, because he sacks all the things and then gives it... Okay. Then gives it Infect. Yep, that makes sense. Matt, the Mysterious, gets round 4 as we move on to finals. Good luck to our players. Our finals table is going to be... Oh, we don't know yet. The other game's still going on. Still going on. Let me refresh. Let me double check. Hold on. Top 10. The other game is still going on, so Matt the Mysterious gets it. So we'll see later. Oh, Sebastian got it. Okay, sweet. We're seeing Seabass in the finals. All right, we're going to get to the top here, so stay tuned. Stick on by as we get things set up. Be right back. Alrighty, everyone, welcome on back to finals of Thursday night CEDH. We don't have an hour 20. We have 2 hours to go on this clock of this finals game. So our players are now going to be shuffling in Mulligan. In the meantime, let me introduce you to these players as I have David G with Kefka Court Mage. It's not late. It's like Derek never left. We'll miss you, Derek. Epic final game right there. 1v1, just going to beats. Right next to him, we have Nasty Nate on Timna Rograk. Timna, of course, being a good draw engine, and Roger being a great enabler for Commander Matters cards. Right across, we got Sebastian the Psychopath. Sebast the Psychopath, Satya, Aetherflux Genius, playing a Creative Energy Precon right now. Practically a Precon. Nah, it's upgraded out the wazoo, playing Jeskai copy tokens. Jeskai double up your stuff things. It's a little bit of a Mod Podge. Jeskai good stuff is what we'll say. How about that? And then right over in last, we saw win in our 4th seed, our underdog, Matt the Mysterious, Arkham Dagson, trying to get through once again. Hopefully Arkham doesn't get bounced 15,000 times like it did last game, and he can get through. Otherwise, we can get some games started. Currently, looks like David's going down to 5? I'm not too sure. Maybe going down to 6. Might be third. Might be the second mall, but we'll see. At the moment, Matt's kept 7. Nasty Nate's going to be doing some Turbo Mardu stuff here. Usually Timna on Mardu is paired with Dargo, but we're going to get a Roger up in here because, again, this is going to be a little different as it's, like I said, enables these Commander Matters cards, right? These Layers of Duplication, these Jessica's Wills, these, a card I sold to him not but earlier this week, Guild Artisan. Commander creatures you control have when this creature attacks a player with the most life or tied for the most life, create 2 treasure tokens. Very fun. Nasty Nate's going down to 5 cards in hand. Eric is also counting up. Seabass, did you finish your moles? You better put those cards on the playmat if you finished your moles. Yep, looks like we have finished our moles. We have gone down to 6 on Seabasses. I think, unless he just doesn't want to do it for the audience. David G gone undefeated in this? Let's take a look at the standings right now. David G, okay, these players have not gone undefeated. Our top 10 character did end at Matt the Mysterious, the only 5-point player here. Unless that was just now. Yeah, the only 5-point player in the Swiss. Crazy. Seabass, can you place your hand on the frickin' playmat? Oh my gosh. There we go. All right, it's gone down to 6. We are all set and ready to go. All right. We have any pre-games? Doesn't seem like it. Alex, can you please shut off my stream? Let's not have my stream blaring to the players. All right. Let us start out here with a land on Kefka with a lotus petal. And then... Uh-oh. Ah. Yeah. See, Mystic Remora, and then we got a Darcy immediately with Roger on the field. Moving over to Seabass's turn. He's going to slow play playing a land onto the field. Yep, there we go. And then he's going to fetch. No, he's going to think about it. And now he's going to fetch. And then he's going to play a Esper Sentinel. I'm going to give Seabass so much crap this entire game.
Yeah, how's this guy keep ending?
I don't know. I think he needs to just, like, scoop. Matt has a Ancient Tomb into Spellskite. We're going to be controlling what gets resolved here a little easier now. Spellskite, of course, being a 2-mana 0/4 with a Phyrexian blue. Change a target of target spell or ability to Spellskite. Have a good night, Jeremy. Play Cavern of Souls, naming wizards or humans. Probably wizards. Play a Mockingbird for 1. We're going to make a copy of Esper Sentinel and then pass the turn. Mockingbird, of course, is a X and a blue 2. Have it enter as a copy of any creature on the battlefield with mana value equal or less than the amount of mana spent to cast it. We got a Voice of Victory. A value Voice of Victory out here now. Voice of Victory here's 2 mana 1/3 with Mobilize 2. Your opponents can't cast spells during your turn. And we swing in with Darcy. Seabass goes and fetches a card. A Volk is what he says. Ow. They have whistled really hard in my ear. Alright, we play out a Talisman of Progress. And 2 draws from Mystic and the Esper copy. We untap our Ancient Tomb. Lay out a Monombo. And then we play a Petal. We're going to play out Arkham and pass the turn. Now Arkham is a threat because we have an artifact creature Spellskite out on the field, so we're going to probably be searching here soon. Nasty Nate pointing out as well. the danger that could impose on having a Arkham Daxon. Arkham Daxon and Spellskite not answered, but David goes to turn on tapping with 2 lands. Did we pay for Mystic? No, we did not. We sack it instead. We have drawn enough cards from it, especially with having our own Esper Sentinel out now. Or play a Gemstone Caverns. No luck counter on it. It's just a colorless land now. 2, we're going to put a Cursed Totem. Cursed Totem, 2 mana, activated ability of creatures can't be activated. That means Spellskite and Arkham are both denied at this moment. They're locked down. Their abilities cannot be activated. No more tapping, no more paying life, no changing the targets. Casting 8 goes to turn, untapping 2 cards. Laying out a Phyrexian Tower. You can sacrifice a creature to add 2 black. This is why Roger is such a good card, because it enables these cards like this for free. Their card in the command zone, practically a free creature on the in your hand at all times. Voice of Victory is enabling Nate to be very safe during his turns and really think things through, as well as kind of just making everything nice and safe. It's like having a Hexing Squelcher. You never have to worry about anything else ever countering your cards. This time, nothing can interact with him, period. At least casting spells. Alright, we're going to play a Mana Vault trigger. They may draw. We're going to surveil here with our Darcy. Rage Channeler here. Of course, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, surveil 1 Delirium. If there are 4 more card types in your graveyard, it gets +2/+2 flying and has to attack each combat, if able. We're then going to do... We're going to Culling Ritual. Call the week, actually, sorry. Sacrifice it, add 4 mana. We're going to put Burgi into Yard with Dragon Rage Channeler. Now we have creature, instant, and an artifact, I believe, in Yard. I think that's an artifact. Can't tell what's at the bottom of that graveyard. But we have 4, and looks to be 3. 3 colorless and 4 red. Or sorry, 4 black. We're going to Diabolic Intent the Dragon Rage Channeler. There is Judge. We're going to get a Judge call. Yup. Let me see. 1 second. Yeah. It does not cause the Surveil to trigger to being sacrificed because you have to pay all costs in order for a card to be cast, and by the time then it is able to be cast, Darcy is already in the graveyard, so it doesn't see the full cost being paid, or the result of the cost being paid. And then we're going to add Naws. Back in turn. Adnaz, of course, being the big, funny turbo card. Reveal cards from the top of your library. Put that card in your hand. Lose life equal to the CMC. You may repeat the process any number of times. Can't cast spells. So, Nasty Nate's currently just going to be shuffling. We have cast it. We're going to go into the combo camera here soon enough. Alrighty, we're gonna start doing the combo stuff. We're gonna flip it on over. Nate, can you please? Oh my word, guys! Move it down. Move the cards down. Sensei's top. Beseech the mirror. Imperial seal. Blooded strand. Land. Land. There we go. There we go. There we are. Land. 0, 0, 0. We're just getting land after land. Entomb. Goblin Welder 1. Deadly Rollick 4. That's going to be one of the biggest, the top end right there. Professional Facemaker 3. Last Chance 2. Ooh, we get our extra turn spell on top of that. Grinding Station. Polluted Delta for free. Marsh Flats 0. Rite of Flame 1. We get the 0 Mox Amber. Perfect. Oh, well, no. Actually, no legendary creatures here. Got 2, 0, 1 from Esper. 2 from Defense Grid. A little extra protection. Loath, though, doesn't do nothing for us. Molten Duplication, that's a combo piece right there. Lion's Eye Diamond. For 0. Do we have a 7-drop, Nate? Are you worried about going a little farther down? Especially with that City of Brass. Could be quite dangerous. You went after another 2 to get a 0-drop. Don't need to go any further, especially with the LED. I didn't see the Underworld Breach, unfortunately, so we don't have that quite yet. One more. Lotus Petal. Oh, that's good. Lotus Petal's there. Free mana. Probably Lotus Petal, City of Brass, Last Chance. Take an extra turn. Have all the mana up available to be able to get Breach out here, too. We're going to stop right there and move it on back. The last card was the Enabler. Getting that free mana. I mean, Esper Sentinels are already done and over with. No more Mystic Remoras, no more Rhystic Studies. Stormcrown's 4 right now, he says. He's taking a look. All right, so first, we're going to take a damage and cast a Rite of Flame. Make 2 red. Cast a LED. Cast a Mox Amber. Doesn't matter too much. No legendary creatures or planeswalkers to enable the Mox Amber. No Mox Amber. Alright, he takes it back. He takes it back. Play the Petal. So I have LED and Petal out in the field. We also have the Grinding Station in hand, so all we need is one funny little card. Petal. For a black. And we're going to Dark Ritual. Oh, okay, that's not taking back. That's Dark Ritual. Dark Ritual for 3 black. Make sure to Make sure to knock down 1 red mana. 1 red mana, please, Nasty Nate. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Never mind. I forgot. Not take it back. 1 mana. I'm an idiot. Nasty Nate. He's got the Entomb, so he has Entomb Savines in order to get our funny little favorite card here. Imperial Seal first, actually. Sure, so he's gonna get a card to the top. There it is. Underworld Breach. Just showing it to his players. You don't have to show it. You don't have to show Imperial Seal, Nasty Nate. Was that how you spell Rograk? That is how you spell Rograk. I got it right the first time. Sensei's top, tap Sensei's top, draw Underworld Breach, and now we can finally Underworld Breach combo. For 1 in red, we're gonna cast out Underworld Breach. We have LED, Underworld Breach, and Grinding Station all available to us and ready to just start going off. Okay, sack the LED for mana. All right. How does he win? With the Grinding Station, we're going to loop Grinding Station with the LED. There's more enough. And then he's going to get until he gets Walking Ballista, Infinite Mana, and you get it. So that is... Oh, whoops. And that is top right player, Nasty Nate. Seat 2, Timnarog Turbo Mardu. How fun. We got it. Thank you guys so much again for joining us for another Thursday. And it's time, nice and early too. Thank you. Oh, get to get off at a nice and a nice time. Nasty Nate here wins our Thursday before Shamrock Showdown. So stay tuned and get ready for Shamrock Showdown coming this Sunday. Tomorrow we'll be playing up some Pokemon. I'm gonna release the reins of Jeremy onto doing Pokemon tomorrow, our weekly Pokemon tomorrow, and he'll be doing it alone like I did today. And then on Saturday, come join us for our Pokemon TCG Cup. Our big cup tournament that we're going to be having. A whole bunch of players here playing some competitive standard Pokemon. So come on in, come on by and either play in it that night, or come watch us as it starts at 2:30 p.m. So join us. Do it. And then lastly on Sunday is Shamrock Showdown, our big 7K tournament of the year. Shamrock Showdown 2, custom play mats and everything. So feel free to join us for that day as it starts at 9 and ends when it ends. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We've been Natural20. Check out our website, natural20gaming.com. Check out our Discord, !Discord. And check out our socials, !Socials, to see all of our updates. Join us on Instagram, TikTok, and everything else. Thank you guys so much for joining and watching. Nasty Nate gets it in the finals. Good work to Nasty Nate. Good work to all of our players, especially. And thank you once again for joining us this wonderful day of CEDH.